All right, close enough. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Let's see, who all do we have in here already so far? We got Chewy, Creatix Brit, Daddy Wazzy, KB3D, Papa Bear AZ, Happy Todd. Welcome on in, Happy Todd. You're a relatively new face. Who else we got? Did I say Ramon? I think that's everybody that's here so far, or at least that's chatted so far. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hey, Kenneth 3D Prints. Welcome in. And Chris, I would love to come over and help you on hardware packing day and just pick up my pre-orders of the Orbiter, but I guess you're gonna have to ship them to me because that's going to be a pretty long drive, and I don't think I'll get there anytime soon after stream. But yeah, looking forward to that. Another care package from KB3D Chris. So yeah, long drive. Yep. Britt, good morning. Good morning. So I'm starting off. I only have the one cup of coffee that I'm already about a third of the way through. Mrs. Dragon is currently out on the Dunkin' run, so hopefully she gets here before that cup of coffee runs out, because it's going to be one of those days. The last 2 days, for whatever reason, I have slept like dog doo-doo. And I did something to my back last night, or yesterday afternoon, so it's been annoying me. But yeah, coffee drool. Yes, we gotta definitely have coffee, especially when you don't get a good night's sleep and it's just like, oh. But yeah, so we'll keep trucking along on some coffee, and yeah, I mean it is what it is, Chewy. It's here. I'll step back so you can see, but it's kind of like at this level, right in here, but across my back. So I don't know what I pulled, but something got pissed off at me. So if you see me moving around a little funny today, or something just tickled, that's it. No big deal. Got your community coffee? Awesome. Exactly. It's about halfway up my torso, and it's a straight line right across the back. Normally it's like an area down your back. No, this is just a straight line right across my back. Yeah, you call it getting old. Yeah. Exactly, Chris. Exactly. So you cough, you blow your nose or anything like that, you yawn. Yeah. Yep. So we're going to kind of do the mental reset. So we've been working on the K3, and we've got on Thursday night, we mounted our motors and got that all squared away. And it seemed to take forever, but it's because it's a more complicated build, right? So we've got that done. We're making good progress on that build. Now we're doing that mental reset because we're coming back to Chewy's build today. I did print the parts that we were going to need for today's build so we can continue going. And the plan is to finish the X Gantry, get that mounted, and then we're going to fly our Gantry, meaning we're going to install the Gantry and the Z-belts today and see how much further we get. So exactly, Daddy Wazzy. Exactly. Yeah, at 51, getting closer and closer to 52, I get it where you're standing. I swear, I'm sitting here I haven't done anything. I'm just standing here and I go, huh. And I feel my knee crack and all of a sudden my knee's like sore. Well, and then the other day I hit my left knee on the door jamb in the garage. Oh my God, I think my knee was swollen for like 5 days. And don't even get me started on other things. So I had my right eye surgery done on the 29th of, what month are we in? We're in December. 29th of November. So a little over a week ago, right? That's still the bruise from the IV. Now I'm going to chalk it up to the person that stuck the IV in, because she tried over here, she tried on the right arm, then she went to the left arm. But the right arm, where they did the IV on Wednesday, there's nothing. So I love when you get bruises like that and then they just take forever to go away and everybody wonders if you're like, you know, spouse is beating you or something. But yeah, it happens, Chewy. Got a question. What would it cost me if you could print me a few parts in ABS? Shipping. That's it, Kenneth. Shipping. Reach out to me on Discord. Just send me a DM on Discord. If you don't know what the Discord channel is, do a bang Discord in chat and you'll get the invite to the Discord channel. And just reach out to me in a DM on Discord and let me know what it is you wanted printed. Yeah, I'm good. You know, I don't know if they stuck me wrong or I don't know, but yeah, she hit me in the left arm, couldn't find it, hit me in the right arm and started digging. And I was like, ma'am, you need to stop digging right now or things are going to go from bad to worse. She's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I get nauseous and I pass out. And that's maybe before or after I throw up on you. And she goes, okay. And she pulled that out and tried the other arm again. But yeah. And then I had a guy in Colorado that could not find a vein. And one of the EMTs was heading back out after bringing somebody in. And they were like, hey, would you mind? He said, not a problem. Walked right over and it's like, poof. Like, almost like didn't even look. Just went bam. And IV straight in. Okay, we're in the Bugby one also? Good, yeah. Yeah, just reach out to me and let me know what you need, Kenneth, and not a problem. Exactly, Britt. Exactly. Well, and I understood it like when I was 298 pounds, I could understand having a hard time finding the veins, right? Because there was a lot of extra material there. Now it's real easy to find the veins, but they move on you in the blink of an eye because I've lost so much weight. Right. So yeah, it's really bad. But yeah, it just takes somebody and then oh, Britt, that is not your only gift. Stop it. Stop it now. Yeah, no digging. If you need an IV, call Britt. If you need an awesome design or a concept for a cosplay or help with cosplay, call Britt. Yeah, I love my Bugaboo. It had been sitting there on the floor of the shelf or whatever for a while. And when we got back from Earth, I set up the 2 rooks and the Bugaboo on the table downstairs in the kitchen, loaded filament, and said go. They didn't have to level the bed, and it's an Ender 3 bed. But with that triple lead screw, the belted triple lead screw, once you get your bed level, it's not going to get out of sync. It's just going to work. So, yeah. Extra material, too much support. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, quite honestly, Kenneth, it's a bugaboo. It's not supposed to be an expensive build. And any decent NEMA 17 motor, I mean, mine's running Stepper Online. Same motors I'm putting in Chewy's build. Stepper Online, $50 for 5 motors from Amazon. Yeah, I didn't even get into Britt's TikToks. You know, let's not get into Britt's TikToks. I mean, she's like a TikTok, guru. Yeah, well, it doesn't help. And I got to remember, like, before I go in for things like that, I just need, it's like, oh, nothing to eat or drink past midnight. Okay, from 10 to 12, it's like, let's drink like a liter of water an hour to help make sure that the veins are nice and puffy in the morning. Use the Chewy mod and use triples. Well, and that's the thing too, is you can do the triple Z, and that is a mod that they are working on for Bugaboo, is the triple lead screw, a la a Trident or the Hydra or whatever. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with the original design. I mean, that's why the Bamboo Labs, the Creality K1 series, they're using a single stepper motor, triple lead screw belted design. It just works. Yeah, Stepper Online are OEM motors. They're great motors. There's nothing wrong. Yeah, be very hydrated and stay warm. Yep. All right, so build. Yeah, I need to start building. Otherwise, I'm going to drink the rest of that coffee, and then it's going to be like sad day until Mrs. Dragon gets here. So we're going to continue on with the build, and I actually needed to come to this screen. Sorry for the numerous transitions. Yeah, stay hydrated, and water is hydration. Coffee is hydration after about the 4th pot, because then you're starting to work past the caffeine diuretic part. Hey, Shenanigans, welcome on in. So we're going to get started. We had to stop on building our X Gantry last stream because we didn't have the right printed parts, and that's the XY joints. So I did go through and get these parts printed. I printed these out yesterday when I was like, all right, I got to get ready for the Chewy build. Oh, crap. Yeah. So I got Chewy's printed out, and I've got the last parts for... Actually, I have all the rookery parts going right now for Mod Light. 3 pots for the week. Yeah. Yeah. 3 pots is a morning getting me going. Yeah, so we got these going. We've got almost all the parts. I've got the primary color Sherpa Mini parts to print for the K3 build, and then I think all of the printer part project builds currently are going to be done. I say currently because we're going to have to come back to the Micron, and then the Trident 350 will follow Chewy's build on the Saturday streams. And then we'll get Black Box one day. So yeah, so we're going to start off with these two corner mount parts. We need to add in some of our M5 nuts, so we'll grab a few of those. Let me just see about bringing us in here like this and see if this is a better view. Well, that got us closer, but dang, that lighting. Yeah, I'm right in the way of all the lighting, or at least in that view. Let's see if we can't move you this way and get some more of that ambient lighting. No, I don't know why this camera is all of a sudden so dark. So we're not going to do that. We'll push this back over there for now. So simple thing, we've got our three hexagons here. We're just going to pop in, line up and pop in 3 nuts. And make sure we get them pushed all the way down in there. Ah. Those 3 are down in there. All right, so 3 and 5 nuts. Next up, we're going to be looking for our piece that has the little cutout in the top. This is going to be allow a cable to go through the piece here. And we're going to start with an M5 by 40. So M5 by 40. Like, why can't I find it? Because all my tools are over those. So M5 by 40, and we're going to come into this hole right here. And I may have to burr that hole just a little bit. Oh, we got it through. One day, hopefully soon. All right, so we got that put through. We're going to go through and do one of our bearing stacks. And apparently I need to find his bearings, which are in a box over here now. I apparently did not do a good job of preparing for today's stream and getting out everything I needed, but we'll make it work. I need one of those soon. What did I do with the rest of your motion components? Uh, okay, bear with me momentarily. Give me parts bins. Oh. All right, Chewy. What do we do with the rest of your bearings? Did you see what I did with them last week? I cannot keep losing bearings. 1 second. All right, now I'm going to get mad at myself. You were working last week. Hey, Winsing, how are you doing? Happy time zones, everybody. Yep. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out where I put the rest of my F695 bearings. Because all of a sudden I'm looking and I'm like, where did all my bearings go? I have lost my bearings again. Which can happen sometimes when you're jumping around between builds. So bear with me one moment while I continue to look for the 695 bearings that I had. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, we're gonna make some substitutions then, I believe. Yep, Voron Day. It's Voron Day, and we're going to use some Honey Badger bearings from the Annex K3 and order some new bearings because for the life of me, I cannot find the other 49 or the other F695 bearings. So yeah, we're gonna have to make do. Yeah, it's what happens when you're working multiple builds at the same time. You put something down somewhere and it gets moved, and yep, so be it. I mean, it is what it is. So we're going to need a shim. So we'll put in one of our shims. Shim. Bearing. Bearing. And a shim. It just does not like going down on threads. There we go. Nice thing about precision shims. Okay, and we've got our part oriented like this. And it's going to be this one that comes down over the top. So we're going to line that up. And bring that down through there. And it's going to go on the top right M5 nut is the one that we're going to be going into. So we'll bring that in there, get it close, and then we'll start tightening it down with our M4. And we just want to feel it snug up. We don't want to make it too tight because we want our bearing to rotate, and we don't want to deform the plastic before we get everything put together. And once again, you want to make sure that your channel lines up here for your wires. May not be too critical for us on our build, but you definitely want to make sure that you do it for your build. So now we've got that done, we're going to flip it over in this orientation where our flat that we would use to mount our rail is on the right. And we're going to add 2 more M5 screws. And these once again are M5 by 40 screws. Exactly, Zombie. I know that you've been in the same boat where you're sitting there like, where did I put that? I do not know. Where did it go? Once again, we're just bringing these so that they're nice and snug. We're not tightening them down because we're going to need to put the extrusion in there. And then we're going to have one more M5 by 40. And that's going to go through the front here. Now this hole is big enough that this head goes all the way through it. So it's not going to like be connecting to plastic. It's going to cinch right on the top of your tooth idler here. So we're going to take our tooth idler, stick that in place, and then put our bolt right through it and into the plastic. And this is getting screwed directly into the plastic. So once again, don't ugga-dugga the heck out of this. It's just becoming a locating pin. You want to make sure that that still freewheels in there, which it does. And I would probably say if you can get the head of the bolt just flush with the top of the printed part like all the others, right? And you'll be good. That should still move, and that is going to be one side done. Once again, do not over tighten. Now we're going to start working on the other side. So once again, we're going to take our left joint part here and get it oriented in the right way, and we're going to come in through the through hole here with the head of our bolt, and we should be able, it should be tight enough fit that we can just press fit it right flush with the top. And then we're going to build another bearing stack. So shim, flange slide down to the shim, flange slide up to the sky to make a roller, another shim, and then we'll take our other big piece and we'll get that lined up. And we're going to go once again into the front of the three. Nope. Let me rephrase that. The front offset one here. There we go. We'll just screw that in until it snugs down. That's rotating just fine. We're going to grab 2 more of our bolts and feed them through the other 2 holes. Get in there. There we go. Hey, Pez Liz, welcome on in. I was wondering where you were. You're a weirdo having a baked potato for breakfast. Okay, so carb loading early. It's all good. Okay, then we're going to come in and do this other front bearing. So 1 more of our M5s. 1 more of our tooth idler bearings. Get that lined up, and then once again we're going into plastic, so we're just going to screw it in enough that the head of the bolt is flush with the printed part, or maybe just slightly beneath the surface, and make sure that your tooth idler is spinning freely. And there's our second one. Now we would add our linear rail, which we've already done. And we're going to start putting in some M5 T-nuts. So 2 at the top, 1 at the bottom. We'll go ahead and put the 2 in at the top and get our piece mounted. And then we'll do the 1 on the bottom because we know that the Yeah, that our rails are a little off. It doesn't snap in there nicely like it would on a Masumi rail. And that's just because this is a B-stock rail. We know about that. And we're just going to continue to work with it. Just means we have to do a couple of things slightly wonky. We just know 2 at the top, 1 at the bottom. And we need to look at the way our diagram shows it. So the one that's got the notch for the wires, this would be to bring your XY in stop wires up. So that's going on the right-hand side over here. We just slip that in between the part. Come on now. This is why you got to be careful about really squishing these just yet, is to get these parts in and aligned. So we're just going to get the extrusion in, then we'll pop these back in and push them into place. And of course, don't use the thing that is magnetized to try and push something into a hole where you want it to stay. Just going to push these in there and get them lined up in the hole. You had Uber Eats credits and ordered Wendy's last night. They sent me fries and a baked potato. They ate the fries last night and the baked potato today. Awesome. Yeah, baked potato is always going to work better reheated than fries do. All right, so we're going to use M5 by 10 button head cap screws to go into our printed parts. And as you can read, it says leave them slightly loose. So we want to make sure that we're getting into the into our T-nuts, but then we want to back them off so that they're loose enough that we can slide them on the rail a little bit. Now this side, we're going to use M5 by 16 once we get our piece in, and I'll explain to you why we're not going to do that just yet. But that would be for the cable chain, and actually, let me grab, I believe it's M5 by 12 that I will use. And we'll grab M5 by 14. I'll show you why in just a second here. Because we're going to use CAN bus for this build, we're going to we're not going to be using the cable chains. We're going to be using an umbilical. So we're going to have a different part that we're going to mount to the top. And this is basically just going to be a bumper that will allow us to hit the Z in, or the Y end stop. We just need it to be a little bit higher so it can line up and hit the Z end stop. So I'm going to use M5 by 14 nuts to get, or screws to get through the printed, both printed parts here. At least I thought I was going to use M5 by 14s. Apparently I do need M5 by 16s. Okay, we'll go back to the M5 by 16s. Oil them and stick them in a stew. Okay. I mean, that works. Hey, Hybrid Robotics, thank you for the resubscribe for 4 months. Awesome. Awesome. I appreciate that. And once again, we're going to get this close, just not all the way tightened down, because we need to be able to move the gantry rail side to side to get everything squared and de-racked. I am a Lord of the Rings fan, Chewy. What just happened is this one rolled in the channel, so it's basically sitting at an angle and won't align right. All right, Hybrid Robotics. I get that. It is a Saturday. This is a day to do a bunch of things, especially near the holiday season where there's a lot of honey-do lists and other things that need to get done for the holidays. So fully understand. Okay, so that was kind of a pain, but we got those two done. And now from the bottom, we need a M5 shim and M5 by 30s button head cap screws. Since these are going in from the bottom, I am going to use the black bolts for these. I'm just trying to put the black bolts that I had to add in to make the counts where they're not going to be as noticeable. Okay, so there's our X gantry, our X axis in place. We want to double check that when we're looking at it, that we're smooth on the top, tooth on the bottom on this side, and on the other side, we're tooth on the top and smooth on the bottom. So we're set good. And normally, like I said, you would have your cable chain piece on the right hand side, but we're not using that because we're going to be using an umbilical. Oh, thanks, Thunder Keys. Yeah, I like my Sparta 3D shirt. Was it eat, sleep, print, repeat? That's pretty much what I've been doing the last couple of days. So now we're going to add our X-axis into the overall gantry system. So let me move a couple of these things out of the way. Let me put these back in here, and I need 2 sets of F695, or yeah, 2 F695 bearing. Annoying. I'll find them eventually. So we're going to need the rest of our gantry, and you're going to notice that our motors are facing up. So we're putting this in upside down is the way it would be going. And this would be the side, the one that has the extra bumper on it would be the side where our cable chain piece would be. So that's where you would hook it in underneath. But since we don't have that cable chain popping up, we can just set it in place here on our rails. And I'm going to move the rails forward to these bump stops here, because that's going to help us get our initial alignment a little bit better. And on this side, we put in 2 bolts at the back, and they are M3 by 16s. And we'll do all 4 on our right side, which in essence is the left side. And of course, there's a tiny bit of elephant's foot on the part. That's why it's hard to get them started. Good morning, Royal Nomi. Hey, Mechanical Wire. How are you? So it says the other 2 bolts will be put in over here during the in-stop installation. Since we're not going to put the in-stop pod here, I'm just going to go ahead and do all 4 bolts. Did Local Maker sneak in on me? If so, hello, Local Maker. Now remember, these parts that I'm installing right now, Chewy, I printed because they were not in the kit to start, or in the stuff that you sent me. So I printed these last night on the Trident. I'm just noticing that there's a little bit of excess smush on the Trident right now. But I've been running PCABS parts, so 280 and 110 versus 260 110. So I just need to probably raise it up like 0.01 or something like that. Nomi is just getting up. Nothing wrong with that, Nomi. Nothing wrong with that at all. Doing good. The recovery's going well. It's just a matter of staying up on my eye drops. And I might have to take a break in a little bit just to run down and put in some like liquid tears or anything like that because my eyes do dry out over a little bit of time. But it's kind of nice because I'm a week off between the two surgeries. So my right eye, I'm doing drops twice a day. So breakfast and dinner. And then my left eye, because this is the first week, I'm doing 3 times a day. So uh, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, so we've got all 8 screws in. Now I'm going to slowly start tightening them up in a crossing pattern and just applying some light pressure on the rail, bringing them all the way up against the these end stops. And actually what I'm going to do is pop these out, maybe. God. Yes, these were cataract surgery, Otter's Danger Den. So, Dragon's getting old. I'm just going to kind of pull this tight. Not a lot, just a little bit of pressure. And that'll help keep the gantry square. As I tighten these down in a crossing pattern. Okay. And now we'd be working on the Z-axis where we're going to start doing our Z belts and flying the gantry. So if you were going to be using the Hall effect end stop, which we are not, then we would be putting in a magnet. We're not doing that. So we need the rest of our 4 corner pieces. So we've already got the one put in on this side that we'll have to take back off to get the belt on. So no big deal. On the rest of these, we need yeah, I could use a flathead to pop them off, but I want to be careful and not damage the rail. So on one side, you'll have the M5, the M3, and the center hole there that goes all the way through. And on the other side, you're going to have the spot to put your M5 nut. Just line it up, pop it in. We're going to do that for all of them. Make sure it's pushed down and well seated. Pushed down and well seated, not pulled back out. And now we need to get our belts. So we're kind of seeing how the belt orientation is going to go. Minimum recommended belt cut length for a 300 size is 1100 millimeters. And this is a 300 size, right, Chewy? I'm kidding. I know it's 300 size. What I've got is I've got my meter stick here. So 1000 millimeters. We're just going to kind of lay this out here. We're going to grab our MGN, actually not MGN, our Gates Power Grip LL2 GT, but we're looking for the 9 millimeter belt versus the 6. So we've got the the standard 6 millimeter belt that we're used to. We're going to be using 9 millimeter belt here. So it's 1.5 times the width. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to lay this belt out, kind of measure it to the meter mark. Do that again. And bring that line back to the 100. Find the spot where we're going to cut our belt. We'll cut our belt, and that's the first belt. Now I'm just going to take my excess belt and set it on the floor. And we're going to do our standard of taking and matching our, matching our belts up. So the belt that's cut starts off with the tooth high, and the first tooth of the remaining belt goes in the first groove of the belt that's cut. And then we'll be able to just hold them together. Hold them straight through. And then at the end, the first groove that's visible is where we're going to cut. And that gives me 2 equal length belts right there. We'll set one aside, and we're going to do the same thing over again for belt number 3. So lap it with my properly sized cut belt on top. Match them up in the grooves and pull them through. First valley that is seen is where we cut. That's the third belt, and we got one more to do. And Chewy's living dangerously. He's like, nah, dude, I'll cut my belts right, or Luke will cut the belts right, so I'm not going to get any extra. That's all the extra. In an LDO kit, I'd have enough to cut like 2 more belts in case I screwed something up. It's called faith, right, Chewy? So I want you guys just check this out, right? So this is what Mrs. Dragon brings me, right? So a couple paper towels because she forgets I have like 3 rolls in here. The donut hole snacks for a little bit later as we get hungry on stream. She's taking the Dunkin' coffee. Well, she's provided the Dunkin' coffee and my mug so I can just dump it into my mug and keep it warm. We'll put that there and close it up so we can keep that warm. The rest is going to go over here into our mug. Warm that back up some. Brought the other coffee cup if I didn't have one, and another snacky so I can have some protein a little bit later. Moral of the story, make sure you got a Mrs. Dragon in your life. He takes care of us. He'll probably ping in here later on and yell at me to like put eye drops in or something. Okay, so the way we're going to put our belts in, let me get that down and out of the way. We're going to start with one of our belts, teeth down, and we're going to line it up in the groove here on our plate. Let me bring you in here so you can see the groove that I'm talking about. Right, so the plate has grooves in it that line up with our GT2 belt. So you're going to lay that in there and line it up so you're right at the end with no overlap. Then we're going to put our clamp piece on there and we're going to clamp that in. So you got a BC, exactly. So we lay this in there, we line it up and make sure it sits down in the groove. We're going to take one of our pieces that's got an M5 and an M3 and it's going to line up in one way. So we'll stick that on there. Make sure it's lining up with the holes. And then we're going to take one of our trucks with the M5 nut facing down and put that right over the top. Now here's the other thing that we need to do is we need to get an M3 and an M5 T-nut in here. So I'm probably going to take this stack off just so I can make sure that they line up. So we need an M3 and an M5. Okay, those appear to be lined up with the hole. So we're going to get this over and we're going to use a M3 by 20 and an M5 by 30. So M3 by 20 and an M5 by 30. We're going to set this on top. Let me get my screws in there. That was an M5 by 30 or M3 by 30, not an M. 3x20. I need the M3x30. 40s, 30. So I'm just going to go ahead and get these kind of pre-started in there. It'll make it a little bit easier to line it up. And you'll tighten your trucks down. So once again, we want to make sure that these are tightened down because this is the clamping force on our belt. And we want to make sure that our belt is not sticking out past the end there. Okay. So that would be one belt there. Now we're going to come back here and do the rear side. Same thing. I'm just going to take this, get it set up and lined up in the same way. So the indent side is going to be facing down. And this truck's going to go over the top. I'll need a M3x30 and an M5x30. Get those in there pre-populated. We're going to need another length of belt. And you notice we're going from the outside to the inside. Now the motor's going to be in the way on this side here. So we got to be careful of that. It's going to make it a little bit trickier as we lay this in. Just get it to the edge. And then I'd move it towards the inside to make sure that it falls down into the end. We need an M3 T-nut and an M5 T-nut. This should line up pretty easily. Make sure our belt's in there straight. Take our little truck assembly. Get it right down on top. Make sure your belt's straight. And then start screwing down your truck on there. Nothing's over the side, so we're good. I'm going to take these two, just fold them this way out of the way for now. Now we're going to come and do these other sides. So I'm going to need to get the... Oh, come on, you little booger. Do the back one. So once again, we're going to get our truck set up so that the little indent is facing down. So the flat goes against this truck. We'll put M3x30 and M5x30 to keep that nice and aligned. Like that. And grab the other two belts that I knocked over there. Darn it. M3, M5, T-nuts. Get them centered in the holes. We'll lay our belt in there. Make sure it's lined up in the grooves. And we'll bring our truck piece and set it in there. Push down to hold the belt in place and tighten things up. Now let me go get the last belt again that keeps falling over. Gotta make sure all my wording's going in the same direction. Now we had put this truck on earlier, so I'm going to take it back off. We'll get our belt lined up in the grooves. Put our truck back on there. Push down on the belt to make sure it's clamped in place. And tighten things down. And that'll be all 4 trucks ready to go. With the belts ready. So you get some things cleaned up here and out of the way. So we've got all 4 of our belts ready to go. Mind the orientation, and the orientation is your M5 bolts are on the outside on all 4 corners. Repeat the install for all 4 blocks, which we did. And now we're going to set it into our printer. So we're going to need to have all 4 belts kind of pulled into the center. But we're going to set this off the table for a moment. Bring our printer back on. Because we're going to kind of do things a little bit differently. Okay. So here are my center 2 bolts on the truck here, or on the linear rail. I'm going to move the truck up, and I'm going to put my end stop in right underneath those 2 center bolts. And what we're going to do is, rather than use zip ties to hang our gantry, we're actually going to use the end stops and set the gantry in place and then mount it in our trucks right here. And this will allow us to have all of these set to the same height. So our gantry should be pretty level from the start, which will make the initial quad gantry leveling down the road easier. So it would say, put your gantry in and hang it from zip ties, right? And then you would set your trucks in here and bring your trucks up. We're actually going to add our trucks, then set our gantry on it and bolt it all together. So we're going to need our M3x20s and a bunch of them. Okay. I'm going to need our 4 Z-trucks. And these will look a little weird and rounded. Okay, so you've got a rounded edge, a rounded sloped edge. That's fine. That's exactly what we want. We're going to be mounting them in an orientation where this hole is at the bottom and the countersunk hole is at the bottom and the other hole's at the top. And that's for specific reasons. We'll go ahead and get our screws initially lined up here. We're just going to line these up on our carriage or on our linear, the linear carriage. I'm going to tighten them in. Getting them lined up in a crossing pattern. And then tighten them down. Hey, Shadow, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hey, Da Vinci, how's it going? Humbler John, welcome on in. Kind of been remiss because I've had my head down. Hey, Shadow. Hey, Chris, thank you again for yet another gift sub. This is the day, isn't it? So let me flip back to the main screen real fast. I'm just going to say hello. Welcome everybody in. Let me see if I have a doc that shows me who all's here, and I don't believe it. Yeah, I have an activity feed. Yeah, I don't see the doc there, so I'm going to look this way real fast and just kind of take a look at who all showed up in here. Let's see, we've got a Lonely Girl, okay. Alicidra, Alien Gathering, or Alien Gathering, ASMR Miu, Chewy, Creatix Brit, Donk, Daddy Wazzy the Creator, Da Vinci, Drapsnat, Humbler John, Mark Zink, Mechanical Wire, Otter's Danger Den, Papa Bear AZ, Pez Liz, Ramon, Royal Nomi, Femskill, Dawdell, Shenanigans, Sofo, Steve 3D, Tactile Pictures, Thunder Keys, Turtle Crawler, William, Winsing, and Zero Vero. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. Thanks for joining the stream. My name's Digital Dragon. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. That means that we do everything from printer assemblies and modifications like we did on the Flying Bear Reborn 2 to full 3D printer builds such as the Trident, the 2.4, the 0G Mercury 1, and so forth, to include the 2.4 we're building today for Chewy. What you do? You didn't do anything, Papa Bear. I just realized I needed to welcome in everybody. I've kind of been heads down working on the build again, which is something that I tend to do. And you made the Dean's List. Hey, K2 Kevin, welcome on in, sir. I know Pez Liz is here. Did I say Pez Liz? I didn't see Pez. Yeah, she's there. Yeah, so welcome on in, everybody. We're just continuing along in the build. We're trying to get our, we got our gantry completed. We got it belted. Now we're going to work on installing the gantry onto the frame of the 2.4. So that's what we've been working on today. So for those of you that have been following along, you'll notice that this does not look like an Annex Engineering K3. So what I'm doing currently is a Voron 2.4 build on Saturdays, where I normally stream for a little bit longer and can make a little bit more progress on this big build. And then I've been doing smaller builds on the weekdays. So the Tuesday and Thursday night streams, because those tend to be shorter streams. So we've just finished off a salad fork build on the weekday streams, and now we've started the Annex Engineering K3 build. That is a smaller, we'll say, form factor printer. Hey, Chewy. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Silver Sunbeam. Thank you, thank you. And you've kicked off a hype train. All right, let's get a hype train going. Yeah. Winsing, yeah. Gifters rock. They really do, Ramon. They really do. That's a big thing in the community, is just sharing the love, bringing everybody in, bringing them together. And I really appreciate you guys as a community coming together and helping others join and learn more about 3D printing and building 3D printers. I know a lot of people will get a 3D printer from a manufacturer, whether that's Creality or Prusa or whatever. And some of you just want to get it and print. Some of you get it and you start chasing performance and wanting to make it print even better. And then we get into doing mods and stuff. And then you can get into full printer builds. So, yeah. Oh, Chewy gifted another tier 1 gift sub to Tool Wolf Designs. Thank you, Chewy. Thank you for sharing the love. Subsector popping in here with a 200 bits. Chris dropping, 500 bits? Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, let's keep the hype going. So, Subsector, I did see the package from you. It should be here, I believe, on Monday, if not today. It's really weird. The informed delivery stuff I'm getting from USPS is just kind of weird. Like, it just showed up today that a package from Fabrico was accepted by them on the 4th of December, and I'm like, it's the 9th? Seriously? Are you that far behind? But USPS informed delivery has been doing weird things lately. Chewy, thank you for another gift sub to Aaron F. Geared. That is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I was glad to see it, but like I said, I'm not trusting the quote unquote delivery dates or expected arrival dates that the post office is showing now. They're getting into their heavy delivery season, and they're just like I said, informed delivery notifications is a mess. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hopefully you don't have to do any major yard work today, so you can hang out with us for a little bit longer. We've got our coffee. Mrs. Dragon just showed up not too long ago with a Dunkin' Run, so we've got some fresh coffee and some Dunkin' Donuts over there for later. Yeah, I would say I was surprised, but then again, I know that they've got a local USPS data center here in Raleigh, and they've been let's say they've been hiring for cybersecurity people for the last 5 years. Can we break the record? I hope we can break the record. That would be cool if we could break the record. It hasn't happened in a while. You've been working on your Trident, slow and steady. That's good. That is perfectly good, subsector, as long as you have a place to set it. Oh, you're not going to have your new laptop. And have you ordered your new laptop, Chewy, or are you waiting to order it till after the new year? You're tapped. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But yeah, it's really nice to see that you all are still continuing to give back to the channel, to gift subs, to give bits. That's awesome. I appreciate it so much. It's never a requirement, but when you all show the love and bring others into the channel, it's so awesome to see and have new people come and join us and learn more about 3D printing, and in some ways help demystify printing modifications of 3D printers and printer builds. Thank you for some more biddies there, Subsector, with another 300 bits, and KB3D for another 300 bits. Bit match activated. There you go. So is that KB3D saying anybody that gives bits, he's going to match them now? Oh yeah, Subsector. Definitely got to save for more parts. And we'll get you going one way or the other. Oh, yeah, gotta save your pennies, and then she drops 1,000 biddies. Awesome, Subsector. Awesome. Thank you. That is amazing. And then there's the match from Chris. Thank you so much, Chris. We're now we've completed level 3, where we're into a level 4. Yeah, oh boy, we're in trouble if Chris is matching. Let's go, let's go. Keep the hype going. Level 3 is complete. Hype, hype, hype. There's Chris for another 100 biddies. Nice. Nice. So we're 43% into a level 4 hype train. Setting a new record. Keep going until the clock runs out. Let's go. Another 100 biddies from Winseng. Thank you, thank you. And yes, Da Vinci, let's keep going on the coffee too. It's always good in the morning. Papa Bear. What is this? Papa Bear just gifted 5 gift subs. So Big Jano, Steve L3D, Kit Skyfire, Dutch Dude, always an awesome guy, and Astro Zinicum. Welcome on in. Please give Papa Bear a thank you for the gift subs, and that'll bring you in and let you see things through the ad breaks. We got to keep the ad breaks there just to get a little bit of revenue here and there. And I'm done trying to fight the Twitch gods on that. They keep changing their algorithms up, so I'm done trying to chase them. But yeah, awesome. Shaudell, thank you for the hype. Yeah, let's keep all the hype going. Let's keep all the hype going. Even if you can't give bits or subs, I get it. It's that time of year. It's Christmas time. You should be focusing on all your loved ones and stuff. But let's keep the hype up. Let's keep the emotes going. Capagens are available, so use those as well. Yeah, the Voron build bug, it's all my fault because I keep doing all the Voron builds. Exactly. I mean, you've watched me as we've built Fey Dragon, which was, well, we built the V01 a long time ago, but we built Fey Dragon with the printed forward parts that I won from the Voron team at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. Then we built the Trident over here, and it's kind of hard to see. I need to get it somewhere else where you can see the side panels on the Trident. Those were custom cut vinyl side panels from KB3D, which wound up becoming my new logo for the channel. Thank you for another 100 bits, Chewy, and another 100 match from KB3D Chris. Thanks, everybody. And then we did the actual LDO kit. This is my first LDO kit Voron build, and now I get the hype behind the LDO kits. And we've done some Voron spin-offs as the salad fork. We did the V02 build for Maker Millwright, aka the Free Heathen, which then got me going on wanting to take the V01. We're going to break that down and rebuild it as a V02 here shortly. Thanks for KB3D having the parts that I needed. So I got all the parts for that sitting over here in the pile of builds, ready to go. And yeah, and so as we mentioned before, Subsector, if you have questions, definitely reach out. You know how to get a hold of me, and we'll keep going. Thunder Keys just subscribed. Awesome. You want to build a Voron Trident and keep my two Voron 2.4s company? Exactly. So we've got two 2.4s, the Trident, the V0. The Flying Bear Reborn 2 is going to get relocated over to Evil Diesel's house. He's got some bigger projects that he needs to print for his missus. But before we do that, we're going to do a screen swap and a brain swap. So I keep having issues with the Raspberry Pi 02W and the screen hack to get Clipper Screen working on the default screen. So we're going to swap it out with a MakerBase touchscreen and a MakerBase Pi. And these two are going to get swapped in there, and then it's going to go over to Evil Diesel and live over there for a while so he can do some bigger builds. And that's going to free up a large spot on the desk that's going to have a Trident 350 build that goes in there. So I've got a Trident 350 build that's going to be in the works here soon. Probably go in right after the 2.4 for Chewy. And that's going to be a white frame Trident 350 build, the DFH kit, and it's got lots of bells and whistles. So it will have the laser cut metal kinematic bed mounts. It'll have a 6-cart ERCFA enraged rabbit carrot feeder, so an MMU style Voron MMU. It'll have the rainbow barf LED lights for the tool head. And it will have the disco stick, so it'll have the RGB lights up at the top. So we got a new all-time level record. I believe that was a 53% of a level 6. We had 11 subs and just under 4,000 bits cheered for the channel. So thank you guys so much. That does feed back into the channel, and everything that you guys give in bits or subs goes right back into this channel and doing builds or upgrading my cameras so that we get better camera. We're adding some additional lighting, trying to get some lighting going. So thank you so much, everybody. Yes, doing well after the eyeball replacement. K2 Kevin, we are healing up really well. All of the, I'll say like the pulsing in the right eye is gone now. The left eye, I'm still getting a little bit of it. What the doctor was telling me is some of that is where I'm picking up my heartbeat, because the eye is a little swollen, so I'm picking up the heartbeat. But I'm picking up the heartbeat on the edge of the replacement lens that they implanted. So on cataract surgery, what they do is they make a small incision, they take the old lens out that's got fogginess on it, and they put a new lens in. And my lenses are for distance vision, so I will still need to wear the glasses for the up close stuff and reading, which I'm fine with, because they wanted like $2,200 an eye that's not covered by insurance to do that. And I was like, yeah, I can buy a few glasses for a few more years. But the healing's going well. We're doing really well. So thank you for asking, K2. Yeah, K2's joining the living. He needs coffee. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and Pezlis, I see you just cheered another 10 bits. Thank you so much for everybody that cheered bits and gave subs. You guys are amazing. In fact, let me run through that again. Let me pull up the activity feed on this screen so I can see it easier. Yeah, so we had Pezlis cheering 10 bits. KB Chris cheering 100 bits, matching Chewy's 100 bits. Papa Bear AZ giving out 5 community gift subs. KB3D Chris with another 100 bits to match Winsing 19's 100 bits. Chris cheering out 100 bits to, we'll say, match Chewy's 95 bits, because I think Chewy tapped out there. KB3D cheering 1,000 bits, matching Subsector's 1,000 bits. Chris cheering 300 bits to match Subsector's 300 bits. Chewy giving out community gift sub. Subsector cheering out another 200 bits. Chris cheering, Chewy giving out another community gift sub. Chris cheering out 500 bits. Chewy with another community gift sub. Papa Bear gifting a tier 1 gift sub to K2 Kevin. Chris gifting a tier 1 gift sub to Da Vinci. Chris gifting a gift sub to Shadell. Hybrid Robotics resubscribing for a month. Chris gifting out another tier 1 to Ramon. Chris resubscribing for a month. And I think that gets us all the way through the hype train. Wow. So thank you so much, everybody, for all the love and the hype. That was amazing. It's just feeding so much into the channel and all the builds. I almost forgot we had the Annex Engineering K3 build that we're doing. On the last stream, I need to call out Turtle Crawler and Poity for joining the stream, and Pez cheering another 9 to get to an even number. Awesome. Thank you, Pezlis. So Turtle Crawler and Poity joined the stream on Thursday and helped me through the motor mount installation with the XY motor mounts and the different idler pulley combinations on those, and really giving me some pointers to help me build it in such a way that we weren't building and then unbuilding to be able to put certain screws in certain places. So it made it jumping around a little bit, but it really did help tremendously. So thank you to those two for joining and helping me out that stream. Every time we do these builds, even though this is like the third 2.4 build, we're finding little things here and there that we can do out of order that help make the build go a little bit easier. So that's another good thing about doing all these builds. So Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Subsector, for all the support. And I love supporting all you guys as well. You know, Subsector is getting ready to do a self-sourced quasi-trident build because she's taken Frankie apart and rebuilding them. And I think it's going to be a slightly different, like it's going to be a non-traditional size, if I remember right, Subsector. So there will be some interesting things. Like a lot of it will go together like a trident. But once we get to configuring, we're going to have to work with her and help her get the configuration right because it's going to be an off size, right? But that's the thing that makes it all cool. So Subsector, you missed it earlier. Chris asked who was going to come over after stream and help him as it's package day. And some of the things that he's packaging are the Orbiter 3 pre-orders. So you should start getting shipment notification for your pre-orders soon. Yeah, there you go. Tracking will be sent today or tomorrow as he makes the labels. So, yeah, 100% custom config is the way it goes. I mean, that's the way it works. And I will be using my Trident config to help config Chewy's, simply because my Trident is running CNC tap and it is running EBB 2209. Now, Chewy sent me an EBB 36 for this build. Excuse me. So it will be a little bit different in the pinouts, but it's going to help because running a CAN bus tool head on one and then running a CAN bus tool head on the other, all the CAN bus config is kind of there. We just maybe need to rename a couple of the pins. So that's where we're going to be able to do a lift and shift from one build to okay, I think we're back. Yeah, we had, hopefully I didn't lose everybody. We did get a disconnect just now. So yeah, more coffee for the computer. I need to get that going. We did drop the stream real fast. So we are back. But Subsector, I'll have to double check. I'm not sure if the Orbiter 3 is a different mounting pattern or not, but I know that I was running a Sherpa Mini on my Ender, and the only thing I did was I rotated it so the motor was facing out, like towards the front of the printer, because that way it doesn't interfere with the 2020 at the top of the printer if you do a full height print. And all I did was there was a mount that went behind the fan shroud that the Orbiter sat on, or the Sherpa Mini, and I did have mounts for the Orbiter 2 as well. So you should be able to do it without even really tearing down the whole hot end mount. Yeah. So I mean, that was pretty good. It was basically just pop the fan shroud out, put this mounting plate in, mount the fan shroud again, mount the Orbiter, everything lined up, and you were good. But yeah, that was great. And then the Orbiter, I also have the Revo Roto in hand, and I think that's either going to go on the Micron or the V0 upgrade build. So that's going to be an interesting one to play with here in the future. But going back to the K3 and talking with Poity and Turtle Crawler, I believe I'm going to run a Annex Engineering Constellation Supernova, which is a 4 stepper driver board that can take up to like 56 volts, I think it is. So I'm going to run that with 5160 Pros and 48 volts to run the XY motors. and then possibly another Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3V3 that will run the driver, the TMC 2209s for the Z-axis motors and the extruder. And that will give me all my fans and all the other stuff because the Constellation boards don't have that stuff. And I've also got a board for running the trad rack. So the trad rack's going to get attached to the K3. So we've got a lot of MMU stuff that'll be coming up as well. And some weird new, we'll say mixed voltage, because that'll be a 24 and a 48 volt machine on the K3. And if I do a mellow, it's going to be a 24 and 48 as well. So we're going to get some exciting new stuff on channel here. So back over to the 2.4, now that we've got the hype train over and just some general talk about builds. So we're going to come back over here. We've got our 4 trucks set in place. Our Z trucks, our Z joints, I call them trucks, are set in place. And we've got our gantry ready to go. So now what we're going to do is, it says, you know, your gantry should be hanging here, and then you'll bring the trucks up. We're actually going to set the gantry directly on here. So let's grab that gantry, and we're going to flip it over so that the belts are coming and dangling through the center. And we're going to set this, or we're going to just bring it in through the middle here. Motors facing the bottom so that the gantry is upright. And we're going to bring this in, line it up. What am I catching on here? There we go. And bring it in and set it on the trucks. Now, what this is going to allow us to do is get our trucks aligned, because once again, these are still kind of free floating. Nothing in the joints is locked down yet. So we'll be able to get our trucks or our joints lined up over our carriage trucks here and get everything lined up. And this will allow us to push and pull things to get the right gantry lengths and stuff. And if we hit a point where things are too tight, we just loosen them up, spread them out some more. Like it looks like if I mount my front trucks, which I'll probably do is mount my front trucks in joints. And then you'll notice back here that we've got a little bit of a gap. So what I want to do is loosen these, because these are fully tight. We'll loosen these a bit, and we'll be able to pull back, and we'll be able to get the gap here so that our trucks will sit flush on our Z-axis. So that's what we're looking for, is for everything to line up appropriately. So we're going to use an M5 by 40 bolt. It's going to come up from the bottom in that Z-truck hole. Maybe. Apparently those are tight as well, so we'll be working our bolts all the way up. There we go. So we'll get those lined up. Yeah, I got 2 V3s on the way as well. And using one for Frankie. Okay. So let me grab my ball end, because I'm not going to have the room to get in here unless I raise these up even more. And like I said, I'm just going to screw these all the way in. So I'm locking the gantry and these lower trucks together on the front. Hey, City 85, how are you? Welcome on in. Welcome on in for the day. Yeah, stupid internet. For whatever reason, my internet, it's like it keeps dropping or resetting. And I'm about to, and I thought about doing it today and I didn't. So the next stream, what I'm going to do is actually set up my VPN and then stream while going across the VPN and see if that deals with it. Because I'm wondering if my my ISP is basically bouncing my connection to throttle me. I'm seriously thinking that that's what it is Windstream's bouncing my connection to throttle me. So now that I've got the front two kind of tied in, I'm going to turn this around. It's getting a little heavy. Did I mention that my back was tweaked? Let's see how lined up we are right now on the truck. So how are you doing today, City 85? Hope you're doing well. City 85. You were the one doing the Razor Crest Lego build, correct? Yeah, Ram. I wish it was fiber. I would be happy if it was. I am on Windstream, which is it comes in over. It's not DSL, but it's sort of like I get two channels. But yeah, it's one of those things where occasionally one channel will be great and the other channel sucks, and so it drops me all the time and resets. Kind of sleepy, yeah. Not a problem. Not a problem. That Razor Crest was looking awesome. Oh, you finished it. That's awesome. Oh, hey, beloved warrior. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So this is a Voron 2.4 build. This is what we call a flying gantry. So in this particular build style, give me 1 second. Here we go. So in this particular style, the build plate is going to be mounted on these two rails and stay stationary. And then the whole gantry system goes up and down on the four belts that we're getting ready to run in the four corners. So let me switch camera views real fast. So basically, I've got two Voron 2.4s already that we're building. And what it allows you to do is your tool head will go to all four corners and will check for level, and it will be able to move all four corners independently to make sure that your gantry is fully trimmed to your heated bed. Where on a Trident, your gantry is fixed at the top and the bed moves up and has two lead screws, one on each of the front sides and one in the back, because 3 points make a plane, and you're able to tram the bed then to the gantry. Right, so that's kind of what we're doing here. Now this is a build, as you see, I've got 2 Voron 2.4s already. This is a build for one of my subscribers, Chewy. And so he's picked the color scheme and everything. I'm just putting it together for him on stream. Yeah, so before I moved out to where I'm currently at, Ramon, I lived in a town called Holly Springs, and I had Ting fiber. So I had gigabit up and down. So it was symmetrical gigabit. And it was amazing. It was amazing. I really liked it. It kind of sucks that I don't have it right now, but it is what it is. So now we've got our 4 points in. We can go ahead and run our belts. Before I do that though, I am going to go around and what do I want to do? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and tighten in the back. I can't do these yet because we're going to be undoing the clamps anyhow here shortly. But I'm going to go ahead and lock in the back. 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Yeah, well, I just tweaked my back yesterday. I sat wrong or did something, and I am not hardwired. I am also streaming over wireless. Now I'm using a separate wireless channel. So I've got most of the printers and the TV and all that stuff, because I stream for TV, is on the 2.4. And I've got 2 5G channels, and this streaming computer is sitting on a separate 5G channel. Right, and I can go through and put it on the network, like physical connection, but it's going to require me to get upstairs in the attic and run a cable through the attic. And we've got that plan. I'm just going to probably get Evil Diesel to come over and help me when he's feeling good, because I'll get up in the attic. I've got to drill. I've got to find the right spot in the top stud plate to drop a line down to where my router is in the master bedroom, and then I can run a line up to the wall right over here in the corner, because I have an outlet right there by the corner. And I'll just add a jack right next to that power outlet, and I've got a 25 port switch that I can put over there. And then that way I can run drops all the way around here to put all of the printers on the hard line. And then I'll just run a drop all the way around to where my desk is, and I've got a 5 port gigabit switch here already that I can then connect everything into the gigabit. So it'll at least be gigabit to the up to the router, but then it'll be 100 at the router anyhow. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our cable or our belts, and this is the fun part. So I'm going to actually rotate this down and sit it on its face to get these belts run. To loosen the top belt clamps, we're going to route the belts. And what I'm going to do is it'll make it easier. I'm going to set this down on its face. get all the belts out from underneath the printer. There we go. Because what we need to do is bring the belt down and around the Z motor pulley. So the easiest way to do that is to pull it straight down and through the bottom of the pulley and then bring it back up. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So we've pulled our belt down and brought it through one side of the pulley on the base. And then we're just going to feed it back up through the other side, through the opening in the bottom panel. Whoops. And then we'll make sure that it gets lined up and sits on the pulley right. Kind of just like that. So we now have the belt around the bottom pulley. We'll make sure that it's aligned fully, and then we'll bring it up through the top idler. And we do this for all 4 belts. So we're just going to make sure it's centered on that pulley. There is a hole in the motor mount back here, and that's where your belt's going to slide up and go through the gantry. We'll go around the idler at the top, and you want this fully loosened when you do this so you have the maximum amount of adjustability. Okay, so that will be our full belt path. So I'm going to go ahead and get that done for all 4, and then we'll worry about tying them in at the top. Yeah, that was the other thing, was I've got it completely on a separate channel right now, wireless. But the next step would be to hardwire it. But the issue is my ISP keeps dropping. And so that's where I'm wondering if they're throttling me because I'm using a lot of bandwidth. Because we stream all of our TV. We don't have like cable or anything because there's no cable provider in my area. So I moved from, hey, I've got everything I could ever want, and I moved to a place where I don't have everything. Yeah, and like I said, that's the next step. Really, we talked about doing it earlier, but, you know, who wants to get in their attic in August or September? Right? I know I don't. I may pay somebody to do it, but I don't want to be in my attic in August or September unless I have to. We're going to make sure that these are on the pulleys. And make sure that your belt itself is not twisted. Because you really, really don't want a twisted belt in here. It'll kind of throw some things off. Okay, there we go. So we've got all 4 belts run. They are run around the pulleys. So we're good there. We're going to set our printer back up. And then we're going to go through and we're going to undo. We're going to loosen these. And I'm going to use my ball ends just to make it easier to get into. You don't want to take them completely out. You just want to loosen them up so you can get the belt underneath there. And the belt's going to come from the inside out. So get your gap, lift it up. Get more of a gap if you need to. And route your belts from the inside out. Make sure you're staying lined up on your pulley underneath. And lined up on your pulley up top. And you're going to pull this belt until it's nice and taut. I mean, we'll fix the belt tension, later, but we just want to make sure that we're as taut as we can get it initially. And then you'll tighten down your belt clamp. Thank you for the follow. Ilacamium. And then, yes, once again, just verify that you are around your pulley, that you're not riding up against an edge, that you have good alignment and good tension. And we're going to set all 4 of these initially, and then we'll come back and we'll use our standard tensioning style, which is get 150 millimeters between the clamp and your pulley, and then you're going to set it based on tuning, right? So you'll use your tuning app, and we'll do exactly the same thing that we did on our standard XY belts, and that is we're looking for 100 megahertz or 110 megahertz with 150 millimeters between the clamp and the pulley, and that gives you about 2 pounds, I believe it is, of tension on your belt. And obviously we can't have this belt flapping around here. What we're going to do is we're going to bring it up, fold it over, and zip tie it. Then we'll cut the excess off. That will give us plenty of belt to work with if we ever have to do maintenance or swap the gantry or anything like that. Belt path for the XY belt path, and the XY belt path is the same between a 2.4 and a Trident. It's the exact same thing. Because the gantry itself is the exact same thing. Come on. There we go. Oh, thanks, City, for stopping by. Yeah, get some rest. So 1, 2, 3. We got one more to do over here. Once again, we'll loosen up the belt clamp. We'll bring the belt in from the inside to the out. And even though we cut these all to the same size, I'm not going to sit there like I would on an A and B belt and try and count the number of teeth to make sure that I've got the same amount of teeth exposed and all that, because we'll set these tensions. It'll be easier to set those tensions. Okay, and I'm seeing right there, there's a little bit of, well, there was. I think it was just a good movement there. A little bit of catch right about there. And that might just be our, yeah, that's just our rail getting out of alignment because we don't have belts on there to lock it in yet. So we've got our belts here. We've got them routed. Next up, do all 4 belts. And it shows us cutting off the excess. So let me grab some zip ties. Because these are going to be under tension, you do want to use, I'll say, some thicker zip ties. I've got plenty of other zip ties over there, but they're not as wide through the body here. So I just want something that's a little bit thicker. And yeah, just buy these by the pack. You'll go through them so quick. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, welcome on in. And all I'm going to do is get the zip tie like started so it's catching. And then I'm going to bring this piece up, doing my little loop there. Pull it tight and hold it tight against the edge. And keep it straight and pretty and just cinch it down. Okay, just like that. And then we'll cut the tail off and we'll cut off the excess there. And we'll want to cut the excess off a little bit behind the edge of the rail. Just like that. And that gives you your little bit of extra to be able to pull and do any maintenance on this down the road. I'm just going to keep turning this so that I can work the belts. You kind of want to do it so that the head is either facing the, out from the inside, just so it doesn't capture or get hung up on the gantry. Don't really worry about how much of a loop you have. I mean, you want maybe 7 to 8 millimeter loop at the top. You don't want like an inch long loop at the top because then it will hit. But you know, if you've got a small loop at the top, it's not going to hit the top of the printer or anything. Won't get in the way of anything. All right, so there's two. Do this third one over here. And we'll bring you in close before I cut this down. This is kind of what you're looking for. There's a little bit of a loop at the top. Zip tie it right beneath the loop. Keep your head kind of between the belt and the extrusion so it'll be out of the way. And then you'll cut this off right at the head, and you'll cut this back a little bit from the edge just to make sure that nothing's sticking out past the edge, because it'll interfere and drag along the panels. So how are you doing today, Major Gamer Geek? Hope today finds you're doing well. Almost 100% over the flu. Oh no. Well, hope you feel better soon, my friend. Hope you feel better soon. You know, a lot of people are starting to get sick. It's that time of year. I hope everybody is feeling better in time for the holidays so you can enjoy your time off of work and relax. I know I am so looking for the break from work. Oh, we got an ad break going on. Okay, so once again, this is the front of our machine that's facing the camera here. Install the remaining Z-belts, which we've done. Now it talks about squaring the gantry. Move the gantry all the way back until it hits the A and B drive on both sides, which it does. So it says come all the way back until it meets the gantry on both sides, and then tighten the rails, or tighten the screws on the rails. So we're going to tighten the top and the bottom. Once again, I've got the truck in the middle, and I'm just trying to hold some pressure to the back. Now I've just tightened the top. I haven't tightened the bottom yet, but I want to make sure that it's moving freely, which it is. So it's popping off just a little bit up here, which I don't like. Hmm. I mean, it's close enough that when I belt it, I will be able to de-rack it, but I don't know what that's all about, why it's doing that. I'm going to make sure the bottoms are, that one's not tight. Let me just loosen things up again. Every once in a while, just don't be afraid of loosening everything up and then retightening it just to make sure that everything's nice and square. You gotta do it once or twice, so be it. But this is really what you want, is everything to be smoothly operating. Everything to hit and line up with no spring back. Very nice. Very nice. So we go front to back, front to back. We're hitting the front at the same time. And we're hitting the back at the same time. And now we're ready for some A and B belts. Yay! The A and B belts, the only thing that's just as fun as building the front idlers is belting the front idlers. Sometimes it goes very, very easy. Sometimes not. Okay, so we're going to need our 6mm belt. Voron printers use a belt path based on the popular Core XY pattern. Individual belts are stacked on top of each other so that you don't do the crossing that's found in a lot of Core XY. Equal belt tension is important to the proper function of a Core XY motion system. So that's why we're going to kind of we'll route a belt, or route the belt, cut the belt, and then use that to get the other one to the same exact size, so that when we built it, need to get some clear, some clear BFIs would work. I may do BFIs on my Trident when I build the Trident next. But we'll see. We'll see. So the A side, which is the upper belt, and let me darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. I don't think, I was just thinking, I was like, I'm not sure. I don't think I did. Yeah. I didn't do an X carriage because I decided I was going to do printed tap for this. And I didn't print off the tap because my thought was I was going to pull the printed tap off of my Voron 2.4 Bay Dragon and put it on here and put tap 2.0 on Bay Dragon. So means I need to take 2.4 apart. And I didn't want to do that yet because damn. I guess I can just print the standard mounts and not do tap and put a because I believe I've got the standard sensor. Yeah, got the standard sensor here, so we'll just do. I'll just need to print out the standard mount parts because I don't believe I have a set of those sitting around. We'll double, triple check that real fast with the spare parts that I have sitting here. Dragon burner. Yep, don't think so. So we'll have to gem that up. You tested negative yesterday? Yeah, there's very few parts different between the Trident and the 2.4. It's really the bed mounting, the feet, because the feet on a Trident are just feet, where the Z motors sit down here, and the Z motors mount in the corners in the back on a Trident. But the gantry system is the same. The gantry system is the same between a Trident and a 2.4. The difference is the Trident actually mounts to the frame. And it's really the extrusions that are mounting through the frame. All right, Pez Liz, making the bed on the weekend. You go. You go. Okay. I think I finally just tossed away the one set of standard gantry parts that I had. So I'm going to have to print a X gantry or the X carriage parts real fast. Means we might not be able to do belts today. Do I have? We have to do a filament swap over on the Trident, and then we'll get the parts going over on the Trident. That's thumped. Reprint that. Yeah, so these are the parts right here that we're going to need to get going, are these 3 parts here. You made your bed once, Chris? Just once? Give me one moment, folks, to get this stuff sliced and ready. Hey, Timur, welcome on in. Welcome on in, my friend. Need to heat that up, and we'll swap it out for, we'll swap the orange out for our Galaxy Purple. It takes about 2 hours for that part to print, so we might have to jump around a little bit. We'll see where we're at, and maybe we'll jump over to doing the bed and getting the bed finished and mounted. But this is part of doing machine builds, is being able to adjust on the fly. And luckily, there's normally something that we can continue to do to keep the build going, rather than just say, okay, well, we're at a stopping point, we need a part. Sometimes we're at a stopping point, we need a part, but not all the time. Okay, hot end is heated up. Might as well go ahead and start getting that heated up. Sorry, folks. I'll let you see what I'm doing over here. So just doing a filament swap from the orange over to our Galaxy Purple. When I'm doing this, for whatever reason, I always tend to just hand purge it. Make sure we're locked into place. And I guess if I'm going to have to print parts, should I do printed tap or not? You guys tell me. Now, I guess I can't because I need the sensor off the 2.4 and I don't want to take the 2.4 apart just yet, Chewy. Sorry. So what I'm waiting on is a set of carbon fiber gantry rails from Chaotic Labs. And once I get those in, I'm going to take and swap the entire gantry for Bay Dragon over to carbon fiber. And when I do that, I'm going to move from printed tap to Chaotic Labs CNC Tap 2.0. So we're going to try and lighten up that gantry a bit and go to printed tap. So what I'll do, Chewy, is when I do that upgrade, I'll send you my printed tap and I'll have the sensor and everything to it so you can just kind of swap it out on your end. Or we'll see if that comes in before we're done with this build. Maybe we'll do that transition and then swap your gantry out for tap. How does that sound? We'll just have to see where everything falls in the timeline. But we'll go ahead, we're going to let that warm up for a bit. We're going to take a look at our manual here and see what we can do. So basically we're going to have to move on from the belts, the AB belts and the X carriage. I think the next thing up would be building the stealth burner. Yeah, so it talks about the afterburner. This is where we would be jumping over and building a stealth burner. I'm just trying to think real fast here. Yeah, let's do I have the stealth burner build instructions close to hand? Stealth press. Hmm. Oh, no, I should have the stealth burner manual around here somewhere because we've built numerous ones on here. There we go. Stealth burner manual. We'll come up here and start working on the stealth burner. We'll go ahead and take this down for now. Set it behind us so we can trip over it later. Grab our bag of stealth burner parts. I'm missing the X carriage mount. My plan originally was going to be to pop the printed tap off of my 2.4, which is printed in purple and pink, and use the tap, the printed tap revision 8 for Chewy's build. I'm not going to take my 2.4 apart just yet because I'm waiting on the Chaotic Labs gantry to get in. So I'm going to replace the entire gantry system for my 2.4 with the Chaotic Labs carbon fiber gantry system. And when I do that, I'm also going to put on the Voron Tap 2.0 from Chaotic Labs. Now, unless Chewy wants to tell me he wants to upgrade and is going to reimburse me to get another one of these, Chewy, if you're on there, I mean, because these get installed pretty quick and easy, and we can do it this way, and we can still work on belts. But this is like another 40, 50 bucks, and printed tap is just the parts I have on hand. So Chewy, you tell me which way you want me to go, and I'll do it if you're still around. Meanwhile, we can start working on our stealth burner build. And we're going to have to start by doing some heat set inserts. So we'll grab this and move it out of the way momentarily. This there. This here. Bring stealth press up. Five by 14. Chewy. Where you at, Chewy? Ooh, your Orbiter 3 is processing. The heathen's alive. Let's see if I got a love letter from KB3D. I did. I did. It's pretty bad when you refer to shipping notifications from a vendor as love letters from the vendor. Just remember, Chris, I need a note in that box. Need my get out of jail free card. You're going to be on a payment plan for a while? Yeah, no problem, Chewy. All right, I'll go ahead. We can go ahead and install this. I'll add it to the running tab, which means we won't need this. So this will go back over here into the spare parts bin. But we're still going to go ahead and work on building Stealth Press because we're going to need to do that anyhow. I'm just thinking real fast, which means we don't need this on at the moment. So I'm just going to tell it to cool back down. We'll work on this. I don't think I had any, yeah. We're going to use our Stealth Press. I'm going to try not to burn myself on the Stealth Press again. We're going to need our standard Voron 2.4 heat set inserts. And hopefully we've got a little bit better lighting now. So I'll bring you guys over a little bit closer as we do the Stealth Press. Maybe. There we go. Yeah, a little bit better lighting. So for our Stealth Press, we're going to need to insert here and here. And all of these are going flush, so we just want them to get nice and flush. If you don't get it down far enough, just come back and heat it up and let it go back down a little bit more. There we go. So we've got these two, and you're going to need to put one in here if you're going to use the tool head door, I believe, and we are. So we're going to put one there. This one you might have to fudge a little bit because you're not going to get it straight up and down. So we're going to get it heated up, get it started in there. Whoops. Heat it up, get it started, get it close. And then we're going to use the edge of our workbench here to get it seated flush. Okay. The two in the front, one in the back. Now we need to flip it over, and there's 3 spots that get heat sets here, and 2 of them get countersunk. So it's this one and this one get countersunk below the surface, and then the one that goes here that we'll add in afterwards will get flush mounted. So these two will get done below the surface, and you should feel the added resistance when it gets down below where it needs to be. Okay, so both of those are below the surface so that they're a little more accessible from the other side. We're going to check. And it looks like those should be good. And the other one is this upper hole here, and this is going to be a flush mount. So we're going to make sure that we're nice and flush with the top of the printed part. Mhm. There we go. So two countersunk, one flush with the printed part. We should be able to see that heat set insert kind of sticking through there. So this one's done. Whoops. Almost done. We're going to need one more added right here. And this is for the optional toolhead PCB, which we shouldn't need with an EBB 36, but if he ever goes to, if he ever switches from an EBB 36 to an SB 2209, he'd want to have that there. So we'll go ahead and get that in place anyhow, just to be on the safe side. Okay, that one's in there. Next up on our deep set part here, we need to get a heat set insert right in there, which is going to be kind of a tight fit to get it in there. So we need to be careful that we get it in there without melting the side of the printed part. And this can always be fun. So I'm going to do this by hand. Yeah, I did hit the printed part just a tad bit there. I'll have to clean up that edge. I was going to say, I thought I must have missed something else here because I knew there were some other heat sets. So we need a heat set here and here. The end stop in it for the ERCFA. I did not print an ERCFA tool head for the stealth burner. So you might have to reprint that part and rebuild the CW2 if you need that, Chewy. So we got those two. And now we need one in here, and this is for the anti-squish thingamajig. Yeah, I did not print out parts for ERCFA compatibility with this. Okay. Oops. There's that one down in there. Once again, this one here and this one here, or if you're using the tool head board, which would be the SB2209 or the standard tool head board, SB2209, 2240, or a standard two-part tool head board. We're not going to use this. We will use a different one that I don't think I have printed out yet because I needed to verify which one I was going to need. But we'll have a different cable chain mount potentially to support the tool head CAN bus board. Our scuttle piece will get one in the end. Sorry, folks. We'll do that one by hand. Get it close, flush it with the edge of the table. Then we'll need our bigger piece here that'll have one right on the side. And this will also need to somewhat do by hand because it doesn't have a flat edge. Okay. That looks to be all the prep work that we've got there. So I'm going to go ahead and unplug Stealth Press. Set it aside so I do not burn myself on said Stealth Press. Yeah, there you go. You know, I swapped that part out. Okay, so See if we can't move this around. Be building right here. Okay, so random parts, random parts. What do we got? Random parts. This part and this part. And an M3 by 16. So these two parts key together. Come together right now. And there's my DRM strike. Dang it. They should key together fairly tightly, and we are fairly tight, that's for sure. You know? Did you print Stealth Printer or did I? Because these are pretty good tight tolerance here, and I may have to do a little bit of sanding just to make sure that everything's fitting. Which isn't a bad thing. I'd rather have to take a little tiny bit of material off to get it to fit well than to not have it fit well and be loose. Yeah, I printed that one. There we go. Just a little bit of love needed. And 3x16 screw. We'll pull everything together. And 2 pieces together. This becomes your idler bracket or guidler, guidler arm. And the M3x16 that are joining these two together is actually making it a stronger piece. Now we need our bits and bobs here. And grab a paper towel so we can drop the bits and bobs out and not get them all over the place. Certain things we're going to need, certain things we won't. There's the ECAS clip for your IRCFA piece, but we won't need that. We won't need that gear. I don't think we need the bigger gear or bigger piece, and we won't need that piece for now. Come on, there we go. So it's a good chance or a good time to check and make sure that your bearings slide on easily. One's on the back already, but that's perfectly fine. One of them will have a lock screw in it. Make sure that it's got the lock screw in it. If not, it's probably running around here. That's why you dump it out on a paper towel. The other one has no lock screw. That's the one that we're going to use for the step that we're going to be doing. We're going to have your 2 needle bearings and the smaller of the M3 rods. We're going to need a little bit of lubrication. I'm going to grab my EP2 lubrication syringe. And what I do is I take my needle bearings and just drop them in there, stack them one on top of the other. Okay? Then you're going to take your syringe and squirt EP2 down in there. And don't be afraid to get some in there. Get extra, that's fine. You want to make sure that it's fully lubricated. Yes. Yep. Then you're going to take your rod and slowly stick it in there and make sure that it's, wiggle it a little bit and make sure that it's going in straight. Now you're seeing that one bearing start to stick out. Use your fingernail, push it in. And you saw that this pushed back out. Perfectly fine. So you're going to put one finger at the back, one finger at the front. You're going to start pushing your rod in. What that's doing is it's pushing all of that EP2 grease through the bearings. And you'll see it start to come out the top there. That's all the excess. So now what you've just done is packed those bearings. Now if you get a little EP2 down here on the bigger teeth side, no problem. Go ahead and add it in there. That's not a problem. The stuff up here at the top, that could be a problem. You don't want it in your filament gears here. So we do want to get that excess off without getting it everywhere. So I'm going to pull back on my syringe a little bit to make sure that I'm not going to be oozing out. I'm going to use the tip of the syringe and basically just scrape off the top edge there. Just like that, to get that excess off. Same thing again. Get the excess off. The bottom edge, once again, not too worried about it. And getting a little bit of EP2 down here on this gear is not a problem. Not a problem. You're going to take your part. You got a bigger, I'll say a larger rounded side and a smaller rounded side. The larger gear side of your idler goes in the larger gear side. Just line it up, snap it in. Okay, make sure that both sides are fully in and that it rotates easily. And clean up your EP2 so you don't continue to get grease everywhere. Yep, high pressure lubrication. That's all we're doing. You can do the same thing with like your LM88 bearing, LM8 UU bearings and rods. Same type of difference. Okay, so we've got our screw for the tensioning arm, we've got a spring. What we don't have is the little washer that you could use, right? There's no washer in here. Not a problem. You can use a M3 washer, just like that. They normally come with like a nylon washer, but you can use an M3 washer here. It's not that big of a deal. You're going to line that up on your guidler arm, and you're going to bring your actual what do we call this? I guess the guidler. Yeah. You're going to line that up and just screw them together. And apply some tension. You just want to make sure that they're lined up fully there. And apply a little bit of tension to the spring. Okay? You think there was one there when you got it? Well, I just dumped everything out here and I'm not seeing a little plastic washer. So you've got the ECAS fitting, so the blue thing goes in that thing. You've got the clips, so there's no little washer. Some of them do, some of them don't. And I'll be honest with you, Chewy, I tend to at the very least get the Bondtech. Go buy the Bondtech knurled nut and spring from KB3D and swap it out, because these springs are sometimes different and the tensioning is so much different between them. I always tend to go for the Bondtech ones. So now what we're going to do, and we're not going to be able to do it because this bearing is on there and it's not coming off. So we're actually going to have to mount this directly in there. Maybe. There we go. Just go ahead and push that bearing in there, make sure it's fully seated. And here's something you can do. If you're getting generic gears, put it down, spin your gear, and listen. If you hear scratching with this piece sitting flat on the table, spin the gear. If you're hearing scratching, that means the rear of the shaft is sitting out past this printed part, and that means it will drag and you'll get added friction and dig a hole into your motor, into the face of your motor. So that's another thing that you want to do, is just sit this down on a flat table with that bearing in place with this in and spin it. And if you hear it dragging against the table, it's going to be dragging against the motor. I can feel that this is just beneath the printed part, and I'm not hearing anything. So we're good. Okay. The other bearing gets placed right down in here and gets pushed in. And I normally wind up taking one of my wrenches and pushing it down in there. Wrenches, a hex driver, and making sure it's pushed down in there. The big thing is you don't want to go on the actual rings. You want to push down on the inner and outer races. That's why I'm using one of these. And you should hear it snip into place, which I just did. And you'll check it from the back to make sure it's fully seated into the printed part. and there's no gaps between the bearing and the printed part, which there is not. So that is fully seated in there. We'll need to add an M3x6 flathead screw. And that's going to go into our anti-squish thingamajig, right? That's what this is. What this is going to do is if you over tension your idler arm, it's still going to prevent it from squishing your filament and grinding your filament. And I always put this in so it's just flush with the printed piece. Okay? You're missing the M2 hardware for what? What M2 hardware do you need? Oh, then we're going to take this out. We're going to put thread locker in it so that it actually stays put and doesn't move. Because it does call for thread locker here. Okay. Oh, that's cool, Pez. So you're reprinting your parts in ABS, correct? And you were going to print those on the bamboo? So we're going to need to mount this onto the shaft. So it's another 1.5 millimeter. So this is a set screw again. So we're going to go ahead and pull the set screw out, which is very, very short and tiny. We'll need to put some thread locker on it because you always want thread locker on your set screws. And we'll put that set screw back in. And we're going to line this up on the flat. And I'm not going to lock this down. What I'm going to do is get it snug and then back it off just a bit so that this can slide up and down. Okay? And you want it with the big wheel or the big gear towards the big plastic gear. Now that's going to keep it from rotating around the flat, so it'll stay on the flat, but that will let us set the proper distance with filament once we get there. And don't forget to put thread locker on your set screw. Okay, now we get to put this piece in here, which we've already done. And now we're going to take the other half, and this is going to go right over the top. Now you've got these pieces like this here and this raised piece down here that key into the slots on your extruder. And there's your other bearing that's going to line up with the shaft. So you just need to get these lined up, pressed together. Just like that. They're pushed together. They're not super squished. We've got plenty of gap distance here. So we're not going to drag on the printed part in our print or with our plastic gear. We're going to use some M3x25 screws. which we don't have here in Chewy stuff, but I've got. It'll be black, but that's okay. It'll be unique. It'll be in the CW2, so you won't see it. And we're coming from the front side. We're going to go top left and bottom right. Okay. And don't over tighten. I like it. Until the plastic bends and cracks, then back up 2 turns, discard the parts, reprint, and try again. So I'm going until I feel the change in tension. And what that tells me is I'm now starting to compress the part. And I'm done. Right? So now's where we'll be able to take a look. We'll be able to use the plastic gear to rotate it around until we see our set screw again. And we're going to be lining up the channel in the gear with the holes in the extruder for the filament. And to make it easier, I'm actually going to grab a piece of filament. I happen to have one of those around here somewhere. Just a piece of filament. I'm going to clip off the end because it's got a bulb tip on it. I'm just going to grab a section of filament. Good, nice contrasting color. We're going to put it through the part. And now you can see how everything lines up, and it will line up with that gear. And by using an actual piece of filament, it's going to help hold that gear in place on the shaft. So now all we need to do is grab our 1.5 millimeter wrench and tighten our set screw. Sometimes easier said than done. And be careful that you don't strip it. You see I'm able to, even without having the guider arm in there, I'm able to turn it because it's lined up in the groove there. So that's proper alignment. Yeah, baby steps, exactly, Peslas. You might find when you're printing in ABS, what I normally do is slice all the parts at 100.5%. 100.5, and that allows for the different shrinkage between ABS, ASA, and the standard PETG parts. Hey, look, it's going to tell me to use filament to do what I just did and make sure the alignment's there. And then check for clearance of our gear back here, which we do see. We've got gap on both sides between the printed part. So we've got plenty of clearance there. We're not rubbing on anything. Now, leaving that filament in there, we're going to put in our guider arm, which is this setup. And we're just going to set it down in place in our printed part. Okay? And it's just going to rest down in there. We'll be able to line it up. Maybe. This is where you may need to back out a screw a bit. It feels super, super tight. And it'll be tight initially when you do this because of the printed parts. Okay. I don't know if this will show up. So I just have the guiler sitting in there. And to make sure that things are lined up before I start putting the screw in down here that'll become the pivot point for the guiler, you look at the guiler wheel here, you should be able to see it move, hopefully, as I'm pulling the filament back and forth. I don't know how well that translates, but they are both moving. Maybe if I put like a dot on them, you'll be able to see and tell. Let's see if those little Sharpie marks show up, right? Sharpie marks on both of the shafts. Yeah, a Sharpie mark on this shaft's not going to matter because that shaft goes nowhere. I need to actually put like, whoops. I need to actually put like a Sharpie mark on the actual bearing, which I can't get to without taking it back out. So take my word for it, they're both moving. Well, please take my word for it. They're both moving. So now we're going to need another M3 by 25. And that's going to go into this hole here. And it should be lined up. And it's going through the bottom of the guider printed part. You may have to wiggle some things around to make sure that it's fully lined up. You need to print some new MMU3 parts. Yeah, did they release the MMU3 for the Mark IV kits yet? I know they've got the MMU3 kits for like the Mark 2.5 and the Mark III. I just don't know if they've released them for the Mark IV yet. And once again, we're inserting this. It's going into the heat set insert on the opposite side. And we're just inserting it until the screw bottoms out and nothing more. So as soon as you feel that screw bottom out, you're done. Right, because you need this to still pivot in and out. And that is still super, super tight. Yeah, and that's one of the other things when using like the glitter filament, it does get a little tight and it's almost like you need to work them back and forth for a little bit to get them to go smoothly. Now, the good thing is you're not going to be taking these in and out all that time or all that much. So we're good there. We'll add our idler arm. Now, this is the locking idler arm, and it's going down in that groove there. So let me get this put in the right way. So looking at it like we have it in the diagram, it's going down in this slot back here with that little tail. So you're going to loop that down into the slot, and then it will slide over. So you want to make sure that you get lined up in the slot or in the hole there. I'm going to use another M3 by 25 screw. Again, just until you feel it start to tension, and apparently that was great. I missed going through the part completely. Okay, now it's through the part. It's always good. Okay, so now these will clip together. And like I said, it's going to be tight because you're providing tension, right? And that's way too tight. Yeah, I kind of like that now. This is where it's talking about the tensioning knob, which is what I was just playing with, because when I first locked it in, it wasn't moving at all, right? So we got it good there. This hole right here, this slot hole, is where you can get a screwdriver in to change the anti-thingamajig or the anti-squish thingamajig to open things up a little bit. Oh, I print stuff between the streams. I'm like a madman printing things. It's kind of crazy. Motor. What do we have for the trying to think. Did you give me a stepper motor or no? I had a stepper motor. This is LDO Motors NEMA 14 36 millimeter round pancake stepper motor, 1004 HDXH. So this is a 10-tooth stepper motor. Oops, you can see right there, or I guess I can put it down here. So it's a 10-tooth geared stepper motor. So we're going to use this, and you want to set it up so that your wires are coming out the top, right? Or at least that's how I normally do it, especially on an EBB 36. To set up with the wires coming out the top. So when we go to set this up, it's going to set in here, kind of like that. Okay. And we're going to come in through the front right here with an M3 by 30, M3 by 40, M3 by 30. And that's going to go all the way through and screw through your motor here. And depending on how far through this screws, I may wind up switching it out for a longer one. Yeah, so this basically just comes right to the end of the motor itself, and I want it to go further so that I can do some standoffs to mount the it. So I'm actually going to grab a M3 by 40, which should give me plenty. Should give me like a centimeter. I don't need that much. Do I have a 35? Let me see if I've got a 35 over here if I just have 40s. Hmm, 40 it is. And hopefully my neural nut extenders are open all the way through. Yeah, I just print more printers. So subsector, I've really not been printing a whole heck of a lot lately as far as, we'll say, standard prints. But I need to. I want to. I've been printing parts for myself, parts for other people's printers. I do have my armor set that's almost completely done. So there's that. So what I'm going to do on the other one is it calls for an M3 by 8. I'm actually going to go with an M3 by 16. Which once again will give me more coming through the back so that I can mount some rolled nuts on. But we're going into a slotted hole here. And we got to get our, probably be a little bit harder since we're using a much longer bolt than would be anticipated here. Okay, so we're going to have the extensions here, and that's going to be needed so that we can put our knurled nuts. And I could probably get away with a lot smaller. Instead of an 8, yeah, let's do a 12 instead of the 16 or 18 or whatever the hell I just tried to put in here. But yeah, subsector. I was doing a lot of Toys for Tots and stuff like that. And that was relatively easy to do because I was running them on printers downstairs. And I would just have to get up and go harvest prints. So with the motor here, what we're doing is this is a straight hole, and this has the ability to rotate it some. So probably be easier if we can crank that one all the way down. So you've got some pivot ability on your motor here, right? So what you're trying to do is get the gears of the motor and this plastic gear to mesh with ever so slightly backlash. When you move the motor back and forth, there should be just a little bit of play. So you don't want it fully open where it doesn't mesh all that well, but you don't want it like cranked down in there because then you're going to get binding. So that's why you've got the adjustability. So you can see there with my finger how I've got a little bit of play between switching directions. That's what you want, is just a tiny bit of gear play as you're adjusting that. If it's too tight, you'll get binding. And once you get it where you like it, you'll just finish clamping your motor in on both sides. Now, once again, we turn the motor and we should see the filament going one way or the other. We shouldn't be getting any binding as I'm doing this. If you're feeling binding or catching, just loosen the motor up a tad bit. Okay. We're not going to put this piece on. What we are going to wind up doing is putting knurled nuts here as standoffs, and that will let us mount the EBB 36. So I've got some aluminum M3 knurled nuts, and good. These are all the way through, so you should be able to see all the way through them. And we're just going to take these and screw them onto the ends. Yeah, 30 wasn't going to be long enough, and 40 winds up being too long. And you can see I've got a gap there. So even though you can see all the way through it, it's not threaded the whole way. So I'm really going to need to find some M3 by 35s, because M3 by 30 is not going to be long enough. Yeah, M330 is not going to give me thread to play with. 40s wind up being just a shade too long, probably about 2 millimeters too long. So I really need M3 by 35s, and I'm not sure. I didn't see any over here. I think the other ones that I had are actually like 50s and not 35s either. So let me double check. Nope, that's more M3x40s. For some reason, I feel like I should have M3x35s around here somewhere. So let me. Do we have any in our? We'll say our extra. None there. This one. Yeah, I do have M3x35 and a button head. So we may, may see if we can swap this one out for a button head. May get interesting because I don't think the head sizes of the socket head and button head are slightly different. So we'll see. Yours has the brass ones. What? The standoffs? Yeah. Well, that's because I bought the other ones. And I've got brass ones too. I just like the. So these allow you to have screws through both sides. The brass ones I normally get only have the M3 on one side. So yeah, that'll work better. Doesn't stick out as much. We'll take these standoffs, throw them down to the end of the motor. We'll be able to mount our EBB 35 right here. Actually, we'll use a different mount that'll let it be straight up and down versus cockeyed at an angle. But yeah, we'll be good to go. That works. Okay. You put these back, close these up before I knock them over again. Then I'm picking them all up. Um, I haven't cut lead screw. I've cut 8mm rod though. Use um a grinder with a cutting disc, and then you will use a. Do I have it up here? Yes. This is. I'm not sure if this is the best, but you would use a chamfering tool. So cut it, make it flush with a belt sander or disc sander if you have one, and then use this low speed, lowest speed your drill will go, and use this to chamfer the ends. Okay, and I'm assuming you're using stepper motors with couplers versus integrated lead screws. The side that you cut and then chamfer the ends on goes against your shaft and goes in your couplers. Use your factory side for the side that's going to be up, that you're going to be actually sliding things through or putting your nuts on. Hey, Make Mine Nexus, how are you doing? Welcome on in, Dan. Would you look at this handsome guy working hard? You can't see anything other than my hands and my belly. Hey, Dan. How's it going, Dan? So we're working on Chewy's 2.4 build here that's got some, we'll say, idiosyncrasies to it, right? We're doing some different things to this build. We're going to be using an EBB36 CAN bus versus an SB2209 CAN bus board because he sent me an EBB36. Chamfering, CHAMFERING. I could probably send you an Amazon link, but I'll have to look at my Amazon. I'll have to do like I did last night and look at my Amazon orders for the last year from when I bought it. Hey, Ram Online. Now it talks about putting your door on. We can go ahead and put the door on. I may wait on this for a little bit for now. Partly because, the EBB36 will sit proud of the door, so it won't matter. Really, the door is just going to be there for aesthetics at this point, since we're not doing a tool head board on the side. We'll be doing one off the back. I'm like, why can't I see through? Because this was in the way. So you have to open your latch, and we're going to use what size bolt? M3 by 16 socket head cap screw. And we're going to bring it in from the front. Feed it through the front, through the back. Starting to come out now. Now we're going to take our door and line it up. And go ahead and we're going to screw it straight into the door. This is plastic screw, or screw going into plastic. So make sure that you don't get it too awful tight. And you're like, hey, you guys are seeing what I'm doing, right? Nope. So the screw went through this front hole and into the back, and then into the door hinge. And now we're just going to screw this in until the head is flush with the printed part and won't foul against the latch here. We'll still be able to latch that. The door still hinges nicely. And we'll put an M3 by 6 button head right there. And so this will be a nice gap that we'll be able to route all of our wires up to our back plane here. Now the only thing that sucks is, like, your hot end is going to be different anyhow, Chewy, but most hot ends, like if you get a Revo or something like that, it's going to have a stub connector that would normally be able to get to an SB2209 board that would be mounted here. But we're just going to have to cut and make these to length anyhow. Because once again, Chewy has a different hot end than we're used to using. And speaking of Chewy's different hot end, there's our EBB36 board. And once again, it's a straight side-to-side mount. So if we were to mount this directly onto these standoffs, it would be mounted like this, where our CAN bus cable's coming in a wonky angle. And I would much rather have this mounted straight up and down so my CAN bus cable is coming in from the top. That's just to prevent strain relief issues. So that's what we're going to do is I'll have to print off a mount because I don't think I had one already that will basically take this and run it north and south for us. So Chewy has provided us with an interesting hot end here. What hot end is this, Chewy? Because while it looks like a mosquito, it is not a mosquito. I'm not even going to ask what you were trying to do with that piece there. Or why there's a big a BL touch cable. Some other spare wires. Okay. So we've got a hot end. We don't have a thermistor in here, but I believe I have a thermistor I can throw in there. Ooh, they have a mount for it? The NF Crazy. Okay, yeah. So this is the NF Crazy. It is is that a Triangle Labs, we'll say knockoff of a mosquito, I believe. Yeah, so let me see if I've got a cartridge style thermistor over here in my bucket of joy electronics. And I should have, it's just finding one. All right, folks, I'll be back on camera in just a minute. You just need to jump over here so I could grab my thermistor. So we've got the thermistor, um, thermal paste. I'm assuming we're going to need some thermal paste for this. Seeing as how your whatchamacallit, your heater is freewheeling in there, I'm going to assume that it's going to need some additional thermal paste. The one you can't get anymore? Yeah. Thermal paste. Thermal paste. Now you're going to make me try and find my thermal paste. This thing is, I've had it. I know I keep looking at it. Now it's where did I put it? Really don't want to go and install it without the thermal paste because then I'll just have to take it all back apart again and that would just suck. Well, it may do that, Chewy, but you really want to have, I'll say, a lot of thermal paste there because that's what's going to allow for the heat transfer. If your heater cartridge just free spins, then you're not going to get good heat transfer because it's not connecting with the metal piece. So I've got some Thermaltake TG7 thermal grease here. We'll use that. But I can get the darn thing to come out. And it hasn't completely hardened. I'm going to get it there, and then I'm just going to use my finger. I've got the little applicator, but the applicator is great if you're doing a flat surface. Since I'm doing this cylinder, it's really just going to be get in there, goop it up. Goop it all around. Then we're going to stick it back into the hot end. Let it all kind of pack out some. And then we'll wipe the excess off. As it gets everywhere. We'll have to do the same thing for our thermistor. So this is a standard basic thermistor, nothing super duper crazy. Make sure it fits in there, which it does. I have to clean my table here after this. Get a little bit of thermal paste on it. One will conduct the heat, one will read the heat. I'll do that. Small screwdriver or small driver, small screw. Now this screw is not clamping either of the heater or the thermistor. All it is doing is keeping it from being able to pull back out. So there's one on each side. It's not actually clamping on anything, but you'll notice now that there's a lot tighter fit in there, and that thermal paste will help that heat transfer a lot better, Chewy. So ugh, keep that around. We'll probably use that a little bit later. Toss that in there. Move this over here. Okay. Bear with me a moment here, folks. I'm going to move you guys around. And move you guys around, not dump you. The hands with some good old alcohol and then wipe the bench down to get the excess crud off the bench. We'll try not to get any more of that thermal paste around than we need to. Yeah, well, and that's the problem is it gets so cluttered and then I can't find what I'm looking for when I need it. Okay, so we're going to have to do some more heat set inserts. We're not using the Revo. We are going to be using, well, actually, does say the Rewind, so okay, we're going to use this. 2 heat sets and then 2 more heat sets. I'm not going to want, yeah, I'm not going to worry about putting heat sets in these 2 over here for the ADXL because, well, I don't think we're going to use an ADXL there. The board has an ADXL. So I don't think there's a need to do it anywhere, do a separate ADXL. I need to take the groove mount off of this. Grove, whatever. Which goes in from the underside. So let me see if I can get that off. Oh, I hear you, subsector. I definitely feel you. What I'm trying to do is make sure that this sits down in here and we don't have any problems or issues with clearance. Clearance, and everything lines up. All right. I need to do this so you guys can see. Both holes line up. And I come up like that. Yep, everything lines up. So I want to make sure that those lined up before I actually put heat sets in. So that's going to work. We need to put in 2 heat sets here. So we'll move this off to the side. I'll put these screws back into the bottom of your groove mount and then set this back with your other stuff. Put 2 heat sets in there. And we might not be going too much longer, folks, just because my eyes are going to be bothering me, or actually not going to be, they are bothering me. And I need to go and do my afternoon drops. We'll use our nice little stealth press again. Cases of liquid paint, yeah. And hopefully we don't run out of steam too much here. All right, so stealth press 2. Have you built the stealth press yet, Dan? I know a lot of people have. I feel like there's just a little bit of a lip on this one still, so we'll give it just another touch of love. There we go. That's it. Okay. So we've got that done. We're not going to do these two because they're optional for the ADXL. And we're going to have an ADXL on the top of the tool head. We're not using the Revo. So we just need to take our hot end and know that your wires go up this way. So your wires need to come out on that side. And apparently like tangle and make a mess everywhere. So we're just going to sit this down in the mount, be cognizant of our wires so that they are able to pull up and go around the corner here nicely without being too bent. Okay. Then the top piece is going to sit right over the top, and we need to make sure that our wires stay in that little channel there. And it's going to look just like that. Pretty tight fit for everything, but this is the mount that it said to print. So we will go with this and M3 by 16 screws will go here. That down, grab this, put back up here, grab our M3 by 16 screws. I got you. Okay. Oh yeah, it's snug. It is definitely snug. Now, once again, looking at the mount and the way that the so we're not getting your silicone sock, which is going to be needed with as snug as this is. You definitely need the silicone sock, but you know it is going to block some of the airflow and shoot some of the airflow straight down. But that is pretty tight little setup. We're definitely going to have plenty of wire that will cut and trim to length when we get to that part. Let me See if I can get things to oil back up here for the time being. Right there. Oh, yeah, now it talks about M3x8s into the top. We're going to need to add those screws in here to the top as well. So M3x8s. Are M3s for the NF Crazy? Do you know, are they M3s or are they M2s? Probably should have double checked that before I scrunch this down. Yeah, the Steve Bill hex tray is awesome, especially if you're like doing an unbuild or a build and you've got all your things laid out. These bend trays like right here that I've been using are also really nice. Depending on what you're building and if there's a preset parts. And all I'm trying to do is figure out these are M3x8s or M2s or 2.5s. And the M3s are not going in. So I'm going to assume that these are 2.5s because they don't look like 2s. M2.5s. Now the question is all I have are M2.56s. And I really need M2.58s. Yeah, they're M2.5s, but all I have are M2.56s, which are going to be too short. And I did not get any other mounting hardware. Let me see if there was any M2.5s in the old kit here. M2.5x6, M2x8. Maybe. Question is, are these M2.5s or M2? These are M2s, but once again, they're M2.6s, and they're too short. Damn. Or I mean M2.5s, but they're M2.5 by 6s. All right, so I'm going to need to get some M2.5 by 8s from somewhere. Either M2.5 8s or M2.5 10s. So with that, I think we kind of hit a stopping point that I don't think I'll be able to get around anytime in the near future. Or at least it's going to require us to do an order through Amazon or something. So we will come back and re-engage next Saturday, because we've kind of hit that spot where my eyes are telling me it's time to stop. I'm going to need some M2.5 by 8s or 10s, one of the two, preferably without having to order, 200 of them. But we'll get what we have to get. And with that, once we get that, we'll put on and build the stealth burner, or the cooling section on Saturday. We'll install the CNC Tap 2.0 kit, and I'll order a new one of those as well. From M2.5 by 10s. Yeah, and we'll keep going. Did you want the lights, Chewy? With the light, I got lights. In fact, I've got some LEDs that I can wire up off stream. M2.5 multi kit, yeah. So I'll get the lights going, the fan stuff going. Oh, that'll suck though, because I'm so used to running everything on the front tool head. Why do you want to do an EBB 36? You should do an SB 2209. So much easier. Yeah. Well, it's so much easier because then you've got it's the two-part SB 2209, and it's easier to wire everything without a ton of wires coming out the side. So anyhow, yeah, if I'm willing, okay, we'll get some stuff on order for you, Chewy. All right, gang. I've got to get off here, like I said, and get some eye drops in my eyes and go rest for a bit. Let's see who all we have on at the moment. Let me go back to full Twitch because there should be quite a few people on right now. No, we've got Free Heathen, Science, Thug Shells, Painterly Git doing miniatures, Ugly Moo probably doing some more painting. What is Maker Deck? Boxen looks like he's doing some software and gaming stuff. Steven Poole is just streaming his prints. So looks like the Free Heathen. Oh yeah, not a problem, Chewy. It's just it doesn't work out as well when you're doing a self burner. If you're doing some other type of tool head, it'd probably work out a lot better. But just with the stealth burner, it makes more sense to do an SB 2209. So okay, I'll get a couple of those things on order. Let me go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid out